Welcome, and thank you for being here. There's no need to pay close attention to what comes next. You don't need to remember any of this. In fact, if you drift away at any moment, that's perfectly fine. This is simply a gentle story about quiet places and patient people and water moving slowly through the landscape. Tonight, we're going to talk about canal lock keepers. But don't worry if you don't know what that means yet. We'll explain everything slowly and simply. And if you fall asleep before we're finished, that's exactly what this is for. Let's begin with the water itself. For hundreds of years, before highways and railways covered the land, people needed ways to move heavy things across great distances. Coal from the mines, grain from the farms, timber, stone, iron, all the materials that built cities and warmed homes. And the slowest, steadiest, and most reliable way to carry all of that was by water. So they built canals, long, narrow ribbons of water stretching across the countryside, connecting rivers and towns and factories. Boats would glide along these canals, pulled by horses walking along the towpath, or sometimes powered by small engines. The boats moved slowly. There was never any rush, just the gentle sound of water lapping against the hull, and the steady clip-clop of hooves on the path. But here's the thing about the landscape. The land isn't flat. Rivers flow downhill. Valleys dip low, and hills rise high. So if you wanted to build a canal that went from one place to another, you had to figure out how to make boats go uphill or downhill. How do you lift a boat when it's sitting in water? That's where locks come in. A canal lock is, at its heart, a very simple thing. Imagine a section of the canal, perhaps 60 or 80 feet long, with a gate at each end. Solid wooden gates, or later iron gates, strong enough to hold back tons of water. When a boat needs to go uphill, it floats into this chamber through the lower gate. The gate closes behind it, then slowly, very slowly, water is let in from the higher level. The water rises. The boat rises with it. And when the water in the lock matches the water on the higher side, the upper gate opens, and the boat continues on its way. Going downhill works the same way, just in reverse. The boat enters from above, the gate closes, water drains out through sluices in the gate or the walls, and the boat gently sinks down to the lower level. It's elegant, really. Patient, quiet, but someone had to operate those gates. Someone had to open and close the sluices. Someone had to make sure the gates didn't leak too much, that the mechanism stayed in working order, that boats passed through safely, one after another, day after day. That someone was the lock keeper. They went by different names, depending on where you were. Lock keeper was common in Britain. lock tender in some parts of America, lock operator, lock master, but the job was the same. They were guardians of these small, essential pieces of the waterway. And here's what made their lives so particular, so different from almost any other job you can imagine. They lived right there, right beside the lock. Most lock keepers lived in small cottages built within a few steps of the lock they tended. Sometimes the cottage was made of brick, sometimes stone, sometimes whitewashed and surrounded by a tiny garden. They could look out their front window and see the lock gates. They could hear, even in the middle of the night, the sound of a boat approaching, the call of a boatman needing passage. Their world was small, measured, bounded by the walls of the lock chamber, the stretch of towpath, the cottage, the garden. The same gates opened and closed, season after season, year after year. The same water rose and fell. It was a life built on repetition, on routine, on knowing intimately a single piece of the world. And that's what we're here to explore. Not quickly, not urgently, but gently and thoroughly. The way the lock keepers themselves moved through their days. We'll talk about where they came from, what their days looked like, how they raised families and grew old beside these quiet stretches of water. We'll talk about the golden age of canals and what happened when the world moved on and left them behind. But again, you don't need to stay awake for all of it. You don't need to follow every detail. This is just a story, told slowly, about patient people in quiet places. If your mind wanders, let it wander. If you drift into sleep, let yourself drift. The words will still be here, soft and steady, like water lapping against stone. So settle in, get comfortable, let your breathing slow, and let's return together to a time when the world moved at the pace of water flowing through a lock, when a life could be spent opening and closing the same two gates, and when that life, small as it was, mattered deeply. The canal is waiting, the lockkeeper is waiting, and there's no hurry at all. Let's drift back in time now, not suddenly, but slowly, the way mist settles over water in the early morning. We're going back to a world before highways, before trains thundered across the countryside, before trucks carried everything we needed from place to place. Back to a time when the heaviest, most important things moved slowly, pulled by horses or drifting on currents, carried by water. Canals began appearing across Europe in the 1600s and 1700s. Not all at once. There was no grand plan, just a gradual recognition in one place and then another that water was the best way to move heavy loads across long distances. A single barge on a canal could carry what would take dozens of wagons on rutted roads, and the boat didn't care if it rained, didn't get stuck in mud, just glided steadily, pulled by a horse or two walking along the towpath. By the 1800s, canals had spread across much of Europe and North America. Long, quiet ribbons of water, connecting rivers to cities, mines to factories, farms to markets. Each canal was a world unto itself, a thin line of water with its own rules, its own rhythm, its own people. Let's talk about a few of these canals, not in detail, not yet, but just to give you a sense of the landscape, to paint a picture you can return to in your mind as you drift towards sleep. In France, there was the Canal du Midi, built in the 1600s, one of the oldest canals in Europe still in use. It wound its way across southern France, connecting the Atlantic to the Mediterranean, passing through sun-baked countryside and ancient towns. The Canal du Midi had locks, of course, dozens of them, and at each lock, someone waited, someone who knew that stretch of water better than anyone else in the world. In Ireland, two great canals crossed the center of the country, the Grand Canal and the Royal Canal. They connected Dublin to the River Shannon, carrying goods and passengers across the green, gentle landscape. The locks on these canals were often built of dark stone, solid and simple, with whitewashed cottages nearby where the lockkeepers lived with their families. And in America, there was the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal, often just called the C&O. It ran alongside the Potomac River from Washington, D.C., stretching westward toward the Allegheny Mountains. The C&O was ambitious. It was meant to reach all the way to the Ohio River, though it never quite made it. But it did stretch for 184.5 miles. And along that length, there were 74 locks. Some say 75, some say 77, depending on how you count. Each one lifting or lowering boats 11 feet or 8 feet or 14 feet, depending on the terrain. And at each of those locks, a lockhouse, a small stone or brick cottage provided by the canal company, where a lockkeeper and their family would live for years, sometimes for decades. Let's pause here for a moment and picture what a lock actually looked like. Imagine standing on a towpath on a cool autumn morning. The air is still. The water is dark and smooth, reflecting the sky. Ahead of you, the canal narrows slightly, and you see two massive wooden gates rising out of the water. They're angled towards you, meeting in at a point in the middle, forming a V shape. This design makes them stronger. The pressure of water pushes them closed, holds them tight. The gates are tall, maybe 15 feet high or more, made of heavy oak or elm, reinforced with iron straps. They're weathered from years of water and sun, darkened and worn smooth. At the top of each gate is a long wooden beam, the balance beam. This is what the lockkeeper would push to open or close the gate. It takes strength, but not as much as you'd think. The beam is long enough to give leverage, and the gate is balanced on a massive iron hinge set into the stonework. The lock chamber itself is a rectangular box built of stone or brick, fitted so carefully that the water doesn't leak away too quickly. The walls are thick, solid, stained green near the water line with algae and moss. You can see the marks left by boats over the years, scrapes in the stone where holes bumped against the walls. On the sides of the lock, or built into the gates themselves, are small sluices, little tunnels that can be opened or closed with a metal paddle. When the keeper needs to fill the lock, they open the upper sluices, and water rushes in from the higher level. When they need to empty it, they open the lower sluices, and water drains out. Slowly, always slowly. If you let the water in too fast, it churns and boils, and a boat might be damaged, thrown against the wall. Everything about a lock is built for patience. Near the lock, within sight of the gates, stands the cottage. Sometimes it's right beside the towpath, sometimes set back a little with a garden in between. These cottages were simple, 1 or 2 stories, a few rooms, a fireplace, small windows looking out towards the lock. The canal company built them, owned them, and let the lock keepers live there as part of their employment. Some cottages were made of the same stone as the lock itself, as if they grew out of the same earth. Others were brick, with whitewashed walls and slate roof. There might be a small shed for tools, a vegetable garden, maybe a few chickens scratching in the yard, a tree if the keeper had planted one years ago and it had taken root. This was the lock keeper's world. The cottage, the garden, the lock, the towpath stretching away in both directions, the boats that came and went, the rhythm of gates opening and closing, water rising and falling. It wasn't a large world, but it was complete. Now picture this same scene repeated along the entire length of a canal. Every few miles, another lock, another cottage, another keeper. 74 times along the C&O Canal, dozens of times along the Grand Canal, again and again along the Canal du Midi. Each lock keeper knew their neighbors, the keepers at the locks above and below them, but they might not see each other very often. Their work kept them close to home. A boat passing through might bring news, a letter, word that the keeper 3 locks down had a new baby, or that the keeper 5 locks up was ill and needed help. The canal was a long, thin community, stretched out, connected by water, and the lock keepers were its anchors, its steady, patient guardians. As canals spread, so did this quiet profession. Thousands of people in dozens of countries, living lives shaped entirely by the need to raise and lower boats through chambers of stone and water. They didn't build the canals. They didn't own the boats. They didn't decide what cargo got carried or where it went. They just tended the locks, opened the gates, let the water in, let the water out, day after day, season after season. It's a strange thing to imagine now, in a world that moves so fast, a life so small, so repetitive, so tied to one place. But there's something calming about it too, isn't there? The same gates, the same water, the same cottage window to look out of each morning. A life where you knew deeply one small piece of the world, where your hands knew the weight of the balance beam, the resistance of the paddle gear, the sound the sluice made when it opened, where you could stand beside the lock on a summer evening and know every stone, every ripple, every shadow. We'll talk more about what those lives were actually like, what the days contained, what the seasons brought, what it meant to raise a family beside a lock, but not yet. For now, just let the image settle in your mind. The canal, the lock, the cottage, the keeper standing beside the water, waiting for the next boat. There's no hurry. The water moves slowly, and so do we. Let's slow down even further now and spend some time beside the lock, a whole day, from dawn to darkness, moving through the hours the way a lockkeeper would have moved through them, steadily, patiently, doing the same things in almost the same way, day after day after day. There's nothing dramatic here, no emergencies, no crises, just the gentle, repetitive rhythm of work that never really changes. If you feel yourself drifting away, that's exactly right. Let the routine carry you. Early morning. The lockkeeper wakes before dawn, not because an alarm sounds, but because their body knows, after months or years of this routine, you wake when you're supposed to wake. The cottage is quiet, cool. Light hasn't yet reached the small windows. In the next room, perhaps, their children are still asleep. A wife or husband stirs, but doesn't rise yet. The lockkeeper dresses slowly, heavy trousers, a wool shirt, boots worn soft and comfortable from years of walking the same paths. They step outside. The air is still. The sky is gray, just beginning to pale in the east. The towpath stretches away in both directions, empty, and there, just a few steps from the cottage door, is the lock. Dark water, silent gates, everything exactly as it was when they closed up the night before. This is how every day begins. The lockkeeper walks to the upper gate first, runs a hand along the balance beam, checking for anything unusual, looks down at the water line, noting the level. Everything looks right. Everything is as it should be. They walk the length of the lock, along the towpath, boots crunching softly on gravel. At the lower gate, they do the same. Touch the beam, check the hinges, look at where the gate meets the wall, making sure the seal is good, that water isn't leaking through too quickly. Then they begin the morning inspection. On many canals, this wasn't optional, it was required. The lockkeeper was responsible, not just for the lock itself, before the embankments on either side. Sometimes a quarter mile in each direction, sometimes more. They had to walk these stretches every day during the navigation season, looking for problems, signs of erosion, cracks in the stonework, places where water might be seeping through the bank, weakening it. So they walk, slowly, eyes moving over the familiar landscape, checking. A muskrat hole near the waterline. They'll need to fill that before it gets bigger. A section of towpath that's gotten muddy from yesterday's rain. They'll spread gravel there later. The water level looks good. The canal is full but not overflowing. Everything is in order. By the time they return to the cottage, the sun is rising. Smoke curls from the chimney. Someone inside has started the fire, put water on to boil. There's bread, maybe eggs, a simple breakfast, eaten quickly, because the first boats of the day could arrive at any time. Preparing the lock. After breakfast, the lockkeeper returns to the lock to prepare it for the day's work. If it rained during the night, there might be debris in the chamber, leaves, branches, sometimes a dead fish floating against the gate. The keeper uses a long pole to fish these out, flicking them onto the bank. The lock needs to be clean, clear, ready. They check the paddle gear, the mechanisms that open and close the sluices. These are made of iron and iron rusts. Iron needs grease. The keeper carries a small can of tallow or grease, works it into the gears, the ratchets, the pawls. Not every day, but regularly. Often enough that the mechanisms stay smooth, stay reliable. They test each paddle, lift it a few inches, just to make sure it moves freely, then lower it again. Everything is working. Everything is ready. Now, they wait. Locking the boat through. In the distance, a sound, faint at first, then clearer. A horn or a shout. Lock ready. The lockkeeper straightens, looks down the canal, and there it is, a boat, moving slowly toward them, pulled by a horse on the towpath. The horse plods steadily, head low. The boat glides behind, barely disturbing the water. The keeper assesses the situation quickly. The boat is coming from the lower level, so the lock needs to be emptied, brought down to match. They've done this thousands of times. They move to the upper gate and open the paddles, not quickly, never quickly. They lift the paddle gear, turning the iron handle, listening to the familiar click, click, click of the ratchet. Water begins to flow out of the lock chamber, through the sluices, down the lower level. The keeper watches, listens. The water makes a rushing, gurgling sound as it drains. The level in the chamber drops, slowly, inch by inch. It takes several minutes. There's no way to hurry it. You just wait. While the lock drains, the boat draws closer. The keeper might exchange a nod with the boatman, a few words about the weather, about conditions up ahead. Nothing important, just the small courtesies of people who see each other regularly. When the water level in the lock matches the lower canal, the keeper closes the upper paddles and moves to the lower gate. They lean against the balance beam and push. The gate is heavy, but it's balanced well. It swings open slowly, smoothly, revealing the empty chamber. The boat enters. The horse stops. The boatman uses a pole to guide the boat into position, keeping it centered, away from the walls. The keeper closes the gate behind the boat, checks that it's sealed properly, then moves back to the upper gate and opens the paddles again, but this time to let the water in, not out. Water rushes into the chamber from above. You can hear it, a deep, hollow sound. The boat begins to rise, slowly. The people on the boat don't need to do anything. They just stand there, rising with the water, watching the stone walls slide past. 8 minutes, maybe 10. Sometimes longer if a boat is heavily loaded and slow to maneuver. That's how long it takes for the chamber to fill. The keeper watches, not anxiously, just watching, making sure everything is going as it should. The boat isn't bumping the walls. The gates aren't leaking too much. The water is rising evenly. When the level matches the upper canal, the keeper closes the paddles and opens the upper gate. The boat drifts forward, out of the lock, back onto the open canal. The horse starts walking again. The boat glides away. The keeper closes the gate and waits for the next boat. Again and again. During the busy season, spring, summer, early autumn, this happens again and again. Another boat from below, the one from above, then 2 more from below, then another from above. Each time the same process. Open the paddles, wait for the level to equalize, open the gate, let the boat in, close the gate, open the other paddles, wait again, open the other gate, let the boat out. 8 to 10 minutes per boat. Sometimes faster if everything goes smoothly. Sometimes longer if a boat is heavily loaded and slow to maneuver. On a busy day, a lockkeeper might process 30 boats, 40, 50 even, on the busiest canals. The same movements, over and over, the same sounds, the same waiting. It's repetitive, deeply, completely repetitive, but that's the job. Between boats. When there are no boats waiting, the lockkeeper has other tasks. They sweep the stone edges of the lock, keeping them clear. They check the gates again, test the paddle gear again, walk the embankments again, just to make sure nothing has changed since this morning. Many lockkeepers had a small plot of land that came with the job, an acre sometimes, half an acre, enough for a garden. They grew vegetables, potatoes, cabbages, beans, enough to feed the family, maybe a little extra to sell or trade. So between boats, the keeper might hoe the garden, pull weeds, water the plants. It's good work, quiet work, and it's right there, within sight of the lock. If a boat comes, they'll hear it, they'll see it. There's always time to set down the hoe and return to the lock. Sometimes the keeper does small repairs, A stone in a lock wall has come loose. They chip out the old mortar, mix new mortar, set the stone back in place. A timber on the gate is splintering. They shave it smooth, treat it with tar to protect it from the water. These are small tasks, but they matter. A canal is only as strong as its weakest point. A lock that's well maintained will last for decades. A lock that's neglected will fail. So the keeper tends to it, constantly, quietly. Afternoon. The afternoon is much like the morning. Boats come, boats go. The lock fills and empties, fills and empties. The sun moves across the sky. Shadows shift. The water changes color. Bright in the midday sun, golden in the late afternoon. The lockkeeper's family might help. On many canals, this was expected. The keeper's wife or children would open gates, help guide boats, keep watch while the keeper did other work. It was a family job, really. Everyone contributed. A child might stand on the balance beam, adding their small weight to help push a stubborn gate open. A wife might greet the boatman, take messages, sell eggs or milk to passing travelers. The lock was the center of a small household economy. The canal company paid the keeper a wage, modest but reliable. The cottage was provided. The garden fed the family. And the traffic on the canal brought occasional opportunities. A coin for a favor. Fresh fish traded for vegetables. News and gossip and connection to the wider world. But mostly, it was just work. The same work, again and again. Regulating the water. One task that required particular attention was managing the water levels in the canal itself. Canals are artificial. They don't flow like rivers. They're fed by streams, by springs, by reservoirs at the highest points, and they lose water constantly through evaporation, through leakage, through the operation of the locks themselves. Every time a lock empties downhill, that water is lost from the upper level. So the lock keeper had to regulate the flow. Many locks had weirs or overflow paddles that could be adjusted. If the canal was too full, the keeper would open a weir and let excess water spill away. If it was too low, they'd close everything tight, conserving every drop until rain refilled the reservoirs. This was subtle work. You couldn't see the water level changing moment to moment. You had to watch over hours, over days, notice the trend, adjust accordingly. It required patience and attention, and a deep familiarity with the particular stretch of canal, how it behaved in different seasons, in different weather. The lockkeeper knew. After a year, they knew. After 5 years, 10 years, they knew without even thinking about it. Evening. As the sun sets, the traffic on the canal slows. The last few boats of the day come through. The keeper locks them through with the same care as the first boats of the morning. When the final boat has passed and disappeared around the bend, the keeper does a final inspection, walks the lock, checks the gates, makes sure everything is secure for the night. On some canals, lock keepers are required to remove the windlasses at night. These were the detachable handles used to operate the paddle gear. If they were left in place, someone might use a lock without permission, wasting water, possibly damaging the mechanism, so the keeper would collect the windlasses and store them in cottage overnight. But even with the windlasses removed, the keeper was on call. During the navigation season, they were effectively on duty 24 hours a day. If a boat arrived after dark and needed to pass through, the keeper was expected to get up and help. It didn't happen often. Most boats stopped for the night, tied up along the towpath, but it could happen. And when it did, the keeper would rise, dress, light a lantern, and go out to the lock. That was the job. Night. Inside the cottage, the family settles in for the evening. A simple meal, bread and cheese, soup, whatever the garden provided. The fire burns low, candles are lit. Children do their small chores, then drift off to bed. The lockkeeper sits for a while, perhaps near the window, looking out at the dark shape of the lock, listening. You can hear the canal at night, the soft lap of water against stone, the creak of a moored boat shifting slightly, sometimes the call of a night bird, the rustle of wind in the trees along the towpath. It's quiet, deeply quiet. The lockkeeper listens, half consciously, for the sound of a distant horn, the clop of hooves on the towpath, anything that might mean a boat is approaching. But most nights, there's nothing, just the water, just the wind, and eventually, the keeper goes to bed, knowing that tomorrow will be the same walk along the embankment, the same boats, the same gates opening and closing, the same water rising and falling, day after day after day, again and again, in almost exactly the same way. And there's something calming about that, isn't there? Knowing what each day will bring, knowing your work, knowing your place. The lockkeeper sleeps, the canal sleeps, the water is still, and tomorrow it will all begin again. Now let's step inside the cottage and meet the people who live there. Not just the lockkeeper working alone, but families, whole families. Children growing up beside the lock, spouses who opened gates and kept the garden, sometimes grandparents too, living out their years in a small room with a view of the water. These cottages, these lock houses, were homes, small homes, simple homes, but homes nonetheless, filled with the quiet rhythms of daily life. Most lock houses followed similar patterns, though the details varied from canal to canal, country to country. They were small. That's the first thing to understand. 2 rooms sometimes, 3 or 4 if the family was lucky. 1 story, or perhaps a story and a half with a steep roof, and small bedrooms tucked under the eaves. The walls were thick, stone usually, or brick, built to last, built to withstand the damp air that came off the water, the cold winds of winter, the heat of summer sun. The windows were small. Small windows meant less heat lost in winter, and they faced the lock, always the lock, so the keeper could see at a glance if a boat was approaching. Inside, the rooms were plain. A kitchen with a fireplace for cooking and heating, a table, a few chairs, shelves for dishes and pots. In the other room, or rooms, beds, simple wooden frames, straw mattresses, heavy quilts, a chest for clothes, maybe a chair, maybe a mirror, nothing extra, nothing unnecessary. Some canals had distinctive lockhouse designs. On the Irish canals, the Grand Canal, and the Royal Canal, many lockhouses were designed by an engineer named Thomas Omer in the late 1700s. His lockhouses were neat, symmetrical, built of stone with slate roofs and small rectangular windows. They had a particular look. If you saw one, you'd recognize the next one miles down the canal. The same proportions, the same style, solid, practical, built to house a family and last a century. On the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal in America, the lock houses were similar in their simplicity. Stone, mostly, 1.5 stories, 4 rooms, a kitchen, a parlor, and 2 small bedrooms upstairs. Some had a cellar for storing vegetables through the winter, a porch, sometimes, where the keeper could sit and watch the canal in the evening. These houses were provided by the canal company. They came with the job. When a lockkeeper was hired, they were given the lockhouse and told to take care of it. It wasn't theirs to own, but it was theirs to live in, for as long as they kept the job. And with the house came land. On the C&O Canal, each lockkeeper was given an acre of land. Sometimes the acre was right beside the lockhouse, stretching back from the towpath. Sometimes it was across the canal or a short walk away, but it was theirs to use, to farm, to plant a garden, keep chickens, maybe a pig, maybe a cow. This was important. The salary of a lockkeeper was modest. In the early years of the C&O Canal, around the 1830s and 1840s, a lockkeeper might earn $150 a year. By 1870, that had risen to around $600, enough to live on, but not much more than that. The acre of land made the difference. It meant the family could grow their own food, potatoes, cabbages, beans, corn, tomatoes in summer, root vegetables stored for winter, eggs from the chickens, milk from the cow, if they had one. The lockhouse, the land, and the salary together created a kind of stability, not wealth, but security, a roof, food, work that would continue season after season as long as the canal operated. Lockkeeping wasn't a solitary job. It looked that way, sometimes. One person standing by the lock, opening gates, but behind that person was almost always a family. Wives worked alongside their husbands. They opened gates when the keeper was busy elsewhere. They kept watch for boats while the keeper inspected the embankments. They greeted travelers, sold produce from the garden, took messages. On busy days, when boats came one after another, a wife's help was essential. 2 people could manage a lock much more efficiently than one. Children helped too. As soon as they were old enough to be useful, 7, 8, 9 years old, they learned the work. How to push a balance beam, how to turn the paddle gear, how to watch water level and know when it was safe to open a gate. It wasn't formal training. It was just life. Children grew up beside the lock. They watched their parents. They helped in small ways at first, carrying a message to the next lock, fetching a tool, sweeping the towpath, and gradually they took on more. A child might stand on the balance beam, adding their weight to help swing a heavy gate. A teenager might lock a boat through entirely on their own, while their father worked in the garden. It was expected. It was simply how things were done. The children of lock keepers grew up knowing water, knowing boats, knowing the rhythms of the canal. They knew which boatmen were friendly and which were gruff. They knew the names of the horses that pulled the boats. They knew how to read the weather, how to tell if rain was coming by the look of the sky, the feel of the air. It was a particular kind of childhood, bounded, repetitive, but not lonely, necessarily. Other children lived at other locks, and when work allowed, they'd visit each other, walking the towpath, carrying messages, playing along the water's edge, though not too close to the water, not the very small ones. Some families worried about having young children so close to the canal, and understandably, water is dangerous. A toddler can drown in just a few inches, and the canal was deep, 6 feet, 8 feet, sometimes more. The lock chambers were even deeper. On some canals, families with very young children chose to live slightly farther from the lock. If the canal company allowed it, not far, just far enough that a child couldn't toddle out the door and straight into the water. The keeper would still work at the lock every day, still be within earshot of a boat horn. But the family would have a little distance, a little peace of mind. Most families stayed right beside the lock, though. They simply watched their children carefully, taught them early about the danger, made sure older siblings kept an eye on the younger ones. And over time, the children learned. They learned to respect the water, to be careful near the edge. It became second nature. Sometimes, lock keeping ran in families. A father would work a lock for 20 years, 30 years, and when he grew old, his son would take over. The son had grown up there, after all. He knew the lock better than anyone, knew the mechanisms, the quirks, the rhythms. It made sense for him to stay. So you'd have families who lived at the same lock for generations. The lock house became a family home in a deeper sense. The garden had been planted by a grandfather. The tree beside the cottage had been a sapling when a grandmother arrived as a young bride. The stones of the lock wall bore the handprints of 3 generations. This was especially common on canals that lasted a long time, decades, where lock-keeping became not just a job, but a way of life, a tradition. And sometimes, elderly parents stayed on, living with their son or daughter, helping as they could, watching the grandchildren learn the same work they had done for so many years, sitting by the window, looking out at the lock, seeing the same view they'd seen for 40, 50 years. There's something deeply settled about that. Lives that stayed in one place, that found their shape and kept it. Life in a lock house followed rhythms beyond the opening and closing of gates. There were meals to prepare, bread to bake, clothes to wash and mend, floors to sweep, fires to tend, all the ordinary work of keeping a household. But it all happened within sight and sound of the canal. A wife might be kneading bread in the kitchen when she'd hear a boat horn. She'd wipe her hands, step outside, help her husband lock the boat through, then return to the bread. A child might be doing lessons, reading, writing, arithmetic taught by a parent in the evening, and pause to watch a boat go through the lock, then return to the slate and chalk. Laundry might be hung on a line strung between the cottage and a tree, flapping in the breeze off the water. The garden needed tending, weeding, watering in dry spells, harvesting when things ripened, preserving food for winter, drying, salting, pickling. There were animals to care for, chickens to feed, eggs to collect, a cow to milk if they had one. And there were the small comforts, a pot of tea in the afternoon, a pipe smoked on the porch in the evening, a song sung while working, a conversation with a passing boatman, letters written and sent to relatives who lived far away, carried by boat to the next town. Nothing grand, nothing dramatic, just the small, repetitive tasks that make up a life. From the outside, it might have seemed like a narrow life. The same small cottage, the same lock, the same stretch of a canal, the same work day after day. But from the inside, perhaps it didn't feel narrow at all. Perhaps it felt complete, whole, a life that fit together, where work and home were one and the same, where family members worked side by side, where you knew your place, your purpose, your routine. There's something to be said for that, for knowing what each day will bring, for having work that's needed, that matters, that you can do well. The lock house wasn't grand, but it was home. The work wasn't exciting, but it was steady. And the view from the window, the lock, the towpath, the canal stretching away into the distance, that view was always there, familiar, unchanging. Season after season, year after year, a quiet life by the water, a family together, tending a lock, and that was enough. The work of a lockkeeper was much the same. No matter where the canal ran, the gates opened and closed, the water rose and fell, boats passed through, one after another. But each canal had its own character, its own rules, its own community of keepers. Let's travel slowly now across the water and visit lock keepers in different places. We'll move gently from one canal to another, noticing what was the same and what was different, but always returning to the same rhythms, the same patient work. There's no hurry. We have time to visit them all. Let's begin in America, along the Potomac River, where the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal stretched for 184.5 miles, from Washington, D.C., westward toward the mountains. 74 lift locks. Some sources say 75, others 77. The exact count depends on how you classify certain structures. But let's say 74. 74 locks, each raising or lowering boats between stretches of water at different levels. And at each lock, a lock house, a lock keeper, a family. The canal company, the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal Company, had rules for its lock keepers, written rules, rules that were posted, rules that were checked, rules that mattered. First, no selling alcohol to boatmen. That was important. The canal carried a lot of traffic, coal boats mostly, grain boats, lumber. The men who worked these boats lived hard lives, long days, difficult work, and some of them drank. The canal company didn't want lock keepers contributing to that. Didn't want lock houses becoming informal taverns. So the rule was clear. No selling alcohol. If a lock keeper broke this rule and was caught, they could lose their job. Second, maintain the banks. The lock keeper was responsible for the embankments in their section. They had to walk them, inspect them, look for damage, erosion, animal burrows, cracks in the masonry, leaks, anything that might weaken the canal. This wasn't optional work to do when you felt like it. It was required. Daily during the navigation season, weekly during the off-season. The canal company was serious about this, because a breach in the embankment could drain the canal, stop all traffic, cost thousands of dollars to repair. So the lock keepers inspected again and again, day after day. Third, keep records. Some lock keepers are required to note the boats that passed through, the cargo they carried, the time they arrived. This information went to the canal company, helped them understand traffic patterns, plan maintenance, set tolls, and the canal company checked on the lock keepers. Superintendents would travel the canal periodically. They'd arrive at the lock, often without warning. They'd inspect the lock house, the lock itself, the embankments, the records. They'd look for negligence, a gate that hadn't been greased, a paddle that stuck, weeds growing too thick along the towpath, a section of embankment that showed obvious erosion the keeper hadn't reported. If they found problems, they'd remind the keeper of their duties, sometimes gently, sometimes not. And if the problems continued, the keeper might be replaced. This sounds harsh, perhaps, but the canal was a business. It needed to function reliably. The lock keepers were the front line of that reliability. Their work mattered, and the canal company made sure they knew it. But most lock keepers did their work well. They took pride in their lock, kept it clean, kept it running smoothly, raised their families beside it, stayed for years, decades. The lock houses along the C&O were solid, stone, built to last, and many of them still stand today, more than a century after the canal stopped operating. Empty now, silent, but still there, still watching the water that no longer flows. Now let's cross the Atlantic to Ireland, where two great canals crossed the center of the country, connecting Dublin to the River Shannon. The Grand Canal, the Royal Canal, both built in the late 1700s and early 1800s, both carrying passengers and cargo across the green Irish countryside. At their peak, these canals employed around 136 lock keepers. Some worked the Grand Canal, some the Royal Canal. Some worked on the barrel navigation, which connected to the Grand Canal. 136 families, living beside locks, opening gates, watching the water. In Ireland, lock keeping often became a family profession, not just a job that a father did, but something that passed down through generations. A son would learn the work from his father, and when the father grew old, the son would take over. And in time, that son would teach his own children. There are records of families who kept the same lock for generations, 3 generations, 4, 5. There's mention of an 8th generation lock keeper, someone whose family had tended the same lock for nearly 200 years. 8 generations. 8 times a son learned from his father and took on the work and stayed. Think about that for a moment. The same lock, the same cottage, the same view from the same window for 2 centuries. The same gates opening and closing, the same water rising and falling, the same boats passing through. Though the boats changed over time, and the cargo changed, and eventually the number of boats dwindled, but the lock keeper remained, generation after generation. In Ireland, lock keepers often had local nicknames, names given by the boatmen, the local community, names that reflected their character, their habits, their reputations. But these weren't dramatic nicknames, nothing colorful or wild, just small markers of identity. A lockkeeper known for always having his lock ready, no matter when a boat arrived. Another known for the quality of vegetables from his garden. Another for keeping detailed, meticulous records. another for the kindness of his wife, who would share tea with passing travelers. These were quiet reputations, built over years, over decades, based on reliability, on dedication, on simply doing the work day after day and doing it well. The lock houses on the Irish canals were often designed by Thomas Omer, as we mentioned before. Solid stone buildings, symmetrical, simple. Some had small gardens in front. Others had gardens behind, stretching back from the towpath. The locks themselves were built of dark stone. On rainy days, and there were many rainy days in Ireland, the stone would glisten, slick with water. The canal would be gray, reflecting the gray sky. The keeper would stand beside the lock in a heavy coat, collar turned up against the rain, waiting for the next boat. And the boats came, through rain and shine, through cold and warmth, and the keeper was there, always there. Now let's travel south, to France, to the sun, to the Canal du Midi, winding through southern France, connecting the Atlantic to the Mediterranean. This was one of the oldest canals in Europe, built in the 1600s, a marvel of engineering for its time. It climbed hills through systems of locks. It passed through tunnels. It crossed valleys on aqueducts. And along its length, lock keepers waited. The Canal du Midi had, and still has, something special. Many of its locks are grouped together, staircases of locks, multiple chambers, one after another, lifting boats up steep hills. Some of these staircases have 4 locks, 5, 6, even 8 or 9 locks in a row. A boat entering one of these staircases would be lifted step by step, chamber by chamber, rising higher and higher with each lock. And the lock keepers managed this, coordinated it, made sure the water flowed correctly from one chamber to the next, made sure the gates opened and closed in the right sequence. On the Canal du Midi, lock keepers were sometimes called gatekeepers, guardians of the locks. And that's what they were, guardians, responsible not just for operating the locks, but for the safety of everyone who used them. They managed water levels carefully. The Canal du Midi runs through a region that can be dry in summer. Water is precious, can't be wasted. So the keepers regulated flow, conserved water, made sure there was always enough for the boats to pass. They maintained the mechanisms. The Canal du Midi locks have beautiful, intricate iron mechanisms, gears and wheels and levers, all of it needing care, needing grease, needing adjustment. And they assisted boaters, even today. Though the canal is used mostly by tourists now, by pleasure boats, there are still lock keepers on the Canal du Midi. They still open the gates, still regulate the water, still watch over the locks. Often they work in pairs, 2 keepers at a large lock or at a staircase. They coordinate, one at the upper gate, one at the lower, calling to each other, moving together, opening this paddle, closing that one, watching the water, watching the boats. In the summer, the work is hot. The Mediterranean sun beats down. The stone of the locks radiates heat. The keepers wear hats, move slowly in the heat, take breaks in the shade of the plane trees that line the canal. Trees planted centuries ago, specifically to provide shade for the people and animals who work the canal. In winter, the work is quieter, colder, fewer boats, more time for maintenance, for repairs, for preparing for the next season. But the rhythm is the same. Gates open, water flows, boats rise or fall, gates close, again and again and again. Imagine standing beside a lock on the Canal du Midi on a warm afternoon. The light is golden. Cicadas buzz in the trees. The water in the lock is still, reflecting the blue sky. A boat approaches, a long, narrow barge, painted bright colors. The keeper waves, opens the lower gate. The boat glides in. The gate closes behind it. The keeper moves to the paddle gear, turns the handle. Water begins to flow. The boat rises, slowly, gently. The people on the boat are relaxed, smiling. They're on holiday. They have nowhere to be, nothing to rush toward. The keeper waits, watching, not impatient. This is their work. This is what they do. When the water level matches, they open the upper gate. The boat drifts out, continues down the canal. The keeper closes the gate and waits for the next boat. The same today as it was 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300 years ago. The same work, the same patience, the same quiet dedication. Whether in America or Ireland or France, whether on the C&O Canal or the Grand Canal or the Canal du Midi, whether the lock house was stone or brick, whether the keeper was paid in dollars or pounds or francs, the work was the same. Open the gates, let the water in, let the water out. Watch the boats rise, watch them fall. Keep the mechanisms working, keep the embankments sound, keep the canal functioning. Day after day, season after season, year after year, different languages, different landscapes, different rules, but the same essential task, and the same kind of people doing it. Patient people, steady people, people who could live small lives without feeling diminished, people who could do repetitive work without losing focus, people who could tend one place, one lock, one stretch of water, and find meaning in it. Lock keepers around the world, thousands of them over the centuries. Most of them forgotten now. No monuments, no plaques, just names and old employment records, if those records still exist. But they were there, at every lock, on every canal, opening the gates, watching the water, keeping everything running, quietly, patiently, year after year, until the canals closed, or the boats stopped coming, or the world moved on. But while they were needed, they were there, always there, waiting beside the water. Let's talk now about the work itself, not the feel of it, not the rhythm, but the specific tasks, the duties, the rules, the responsibilities that came with being a lockkeeper. This might sound dry, like reading from a manual, and in a way, it is. But there's something soothing about lists, about knowing exactly what's expected, about structure and order and clarity. So let's go through it slowly, step by step, one duty at a time. The primary duty of a lockkeeper was, of course, operating the lock itself. This meant being present when the boats arrive, being ready to help them through. The keeper had to open and close the gates, not carelessly, not rushed, but with attention, making sure the gates sealed properly when closed, making sure they swung freely when opened. They had to operate the paddles, the sluices that controlled water flow, lifting them to let water in, lowering them to stop the flow, watching the water level, listening to the sound of it, knowing when to open a paddle fully and when to open it just partway to slow the flow. They had to guide boats into the chamber safely. Sometimes this meant calling instructions to the boatman. A bit to the left. Steady now. Hold her there. Sometimes it meant using a pole to help push a boat into position. Sometimes it meant catching a rope thrown from the boat and securing it while the water rose or fell. And they had to time it correctly. Not let the water in too fast, or a boat might be damaged. Not let it out too slowly, or boats would be delayed, backed up, waiting. This was the core work, the essential task. Everything else supported this. But operating the lock was only part of the job. The lockkeeper also managed the water levels in the canal itself, in their section, in what was called the pound, the stretch of canal between one lock and the next. Water levels had to be maintained within a certain range. Too high, and water might overflow the banks, causing erosion or flooding nearby fields. Too low, and boats would run aground, scraping their hulls on the bottom. The keeper adjusted water flow using weirs, overflow gates, or bypass channels. If the pound was too full, they'd open a weir and let excess water spill away. If it was too low, they'd close everything tight, conserving water until the level rose again. This required constant attention, not minute by minute, but day by day, watching, checking, adjusting. In dry weather, water levels dropped. In rainy weather, they rose. After a day of heavy boat traffic, the upper pounds would be lower because each boat that went downhill took water with it, draining from the upper canal to the lower. The keeper had to balance all of this, had to think ahead, had to know their stretch of canal intimately. Another daily duty, keeping the lock clear of debris. Canals collected things. Leaves fell from trees lining the towpath. Branches broken off in storms. Sometimes a dead fish would float to the surface. Sometimes trash, a bottle, a piece of wood, a lost hat. All of this had to be removed because debris could jam a gate, could block a sluice, could wrap around a paddle mechanism and prevent it from opening or closing properly. So every morning, and often throughout the day, the lock keeper would walk the length of the lock with a long pole, fishing out leaves, pulling branches to the side, scooping out anything that didn't belong. It was simple work, but necessary work. Work that had to be done day after day, whether it seemed important or not. We've mentioned this before, but it bears repeating. Lock keepers were responsible for inspecting the embankments in their section, the banks of the canal, the walls that held the water in. This was required. On most canals, it was part of the formal job description. Daily inspections during the navigation season, weekly during the winter. The keeper would walk slowly along the towpath, looking at the bank, looking for cracks, for erosion, for places where water was seeping through, for animal burrows, muskrats, badgers, groundhogs that might weaken the structure. If they found a problem, they were expected to fix it if they could, or report it if they couldn't. A small crack could be filled with clay. A minor eroded patch could be shored up with stones and earth. But a larger problem, a significant leak, a collapsing section, that needed to be reported to the canal company immediately. This might seem tedious, walking the same stretch of bank every single day, looking at the same stones, the same earth, but it mattered because a breach could happen quickly. A small seep could become a torrent, and once the water broke through, it could drain the entire canal, stop all traffic, cause enormous damage. So the lock keepers walked and looked and checked day after day. The keeper was also responsible for the lock house itself, the cottage where they lived, and the small plot of ground around it, keeping the building in repair, fixing a loose shutter when the wind had worried it free, replacing a broken window, patching the roof if it leaked, keeping the chimney clear. It meant keeping the yard tidy, the garden weeded, the path to the lock swept clean, tools stored properly, the area around the lock free of clutter. On some canals, this was explicitly stated in the rules. The lockhouse and grounds must be kept in neat and orderly condition, subject to inspection. And it made sense. The lockhouse was canal company property, and more than that, it was visible. Boats passed by constantly. The lockhouse and the keeper's yard were part of what travelers saw. If they were run down, neglected, it reflected badly on the canal, on the company. So the keeper maintained things, painted when paint was needed, repaired when repairs were needed, kept everything as it should be. Perhaps the most demanding duty was simply being available, being present, being ready. During the navigation season, roughly April through November in most places, though it varied, lock keepers were expected to be available to boaters at almost any hour. Officially, many canals had operating hours. Locks were open from dawn to dusk, or from 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening, or some similar schedule. But in practice, if a boat arrived after hours, the keeper was expected to help, to get up, get dressed, light a lantern, and operate the lock. This meant the keeper could never really be off duty, never fully relax. They could sleep, but they slept listening, ready to wake if they heard a horn in the night, ready to go out to the lock if they were needed. This was understood when he took the job. The lockhouse came with it, the land came with it, the salary came with it, and so did the expectation of constant availability. The canal companies had rules for their lock keepers, written rules, and these rules were taken seriously. First and foremost, sobriety and reliability. Lock keepers were expected to be sober, to be trustworthy, to be dependable. A drunk lock keeper was a danger to boats, to cargo, to people. So drinking on duty was prohibited. And as we mentioned earlier, selling alcohol to boatmen was also prohibited on many canals. Second, prompt response. When a boat arrived, the keeper was expected to respond quickly, not make the boat wait unnecessarily. The canal was a transportation system. Time mattered. Delays cost money. So the keeper had to be ready. Third, accurate record keeping. On some canals, keepers had to record the boats that passed through, the time, the cargo, sometimes even the toll collected. These records had to be accurate, complete, available for inspection. Fourth, maintenance standards. The lock had to be kept in good working order. The lockhouse and grounds had to be tidy. The embankments had to be monitored. If a keeper failed to meet these standards, there were consequences. Canal company superintendents made periodic inspections. They'd travel the canal, visiting each lock. Sometimes they had announced their visit in advance. Sometimes they'd arrive unannounced. They'd inspect the lock, the mechanisms, the gates, the paddles, looking for signs of neglect, rust that should have been cleaned and greased, a gate that dragged instead of swinging smoothly, weeds growing too thick along the lock walls. They'd inspect the embankments, looking for problems the keeper should have noticed, should have fixed, or reported. They'd inspect the lockhouse, the grounds, looking for basic standards of tidiness and maintenance. If they found problems, they'd speak to the keeper, remind them of their duties, point out what needed to be corrected. Usually, that was enough. The keeper would fix the problems, do better. Most keepers took pride in their work, didn't need to be told twice. But if the problems continued, if a keeper was repeatedly negligent, if they drank on duty, or failed to maintain the lock properly, or weren't available when boats arrived, they could be dismissed, lose the job, lose the lockhouse, have to move their family elsewhere. This didn't happen often. Most lock keepers did their jobs well, but the possibility was there. The expectation was clear. All of these duties together created a particular kind of life. A life centered entirely on one small piece of infrastructure, one lock, one stretch of canal. The keeper was responsible for all of it. The lock had to work. The water levels had to be right. The embankments had to be sound. The boats had to pass through safely. And if something went wrong, it was the keeper's responsibility. This was weight, a quiet weight, not dramatic, not crushing, but always there. The knowledge that this was your job, your duty, your lock. And most keepers carried that weight without a complaint, did the work, met the standards year after year. Today, on the canals that remain, many of them used now for recreation rather than commerce. There are still lock keepers, but they're different. Most are volunteers. They're retired people, often. People who love the canals, who want to help preserve them, who enjoy spending a day beside the water, assisting boaters. They do light maintenance, grease the paddle gear, clear debris from the lock, make sure everything is working. They greet visitors, answer questions, share the history of the canal, of the lock. They help recreational boaters, people on vacation, people exploring the canal in small pleasure boats, navigate the lock safely. It's not the same as the old lock keepers. The volunteers don't live there, don't depend on it for their livelihood, can go home at the end of the day. And there's a continuity, a connection. The same lock, the same gates, the same water rising and falling, the same patient work of helping boats through, one at a time, steadily. The duties are lighter now, the rules less strict, the responsibility shared among many people rather than resting on one family. But the essential task remains. Open the gate, let the water in, let the water out. Watch the boat rise or fall, help it through safely. Again and again and again. Some things, it seems, don't change, even when everything around them does. Time moves slowly beside a canal, but it does move. Days turn into seasons. Seasons turn into years. Years turn into decades. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, things change. Let's talk about those changes now. The gentle turning of seasons and the slower, quieter changes that came over time. Changes that arrive so gradually that you might not notice them from one year to the next. But looking back across decades, you could see things were different. The canal year began in spring, usually in March or April, depending on the climate, depending on when the ice melted. All winter, the canal had been quiet, mostly closed. The water frozen in cold regions, or simply too slow and uncertain for safe navigation in milder areas. The lockkeeper stayed home during these months, did maintenance, made repairs, rested, as much as lockkeepers ever rested. But in spring, the ice broke, the water flowed, and the boats returned. The first boat of the season was always an event, a small event, quiet, but meaningful. It meant winter was over, work was beginning again, the canal was alive. The lockkeeper would hear the horn in the distance, would step outside and see the boat approaching, the first in months, would feel that familiar shift back into the rhythm of the season, the rhythm of gates opening and closing, water rising and falling. Spring was busy, but not frantically so. The boat traffic built gradually, a few boats a day, then more still as summer approached. The lockkeeper worked longer hours, was outside more. The weather warmed. The garden was planted, potatoes, beans, cabbages, everything that would feed the family through the year. The gates and paddles were checked thoroughly after the winter, greased, adjusted. Any repairs that had been put off during the cold months were completed now. Spring was a time of preparation, of readying everything for the busy season ahead. Summer was the peak, the height of the canal year. Long days, warm weather, and boats, many boats. On a busy canal, during a busy summer day, a lockkeeper might process 30 boats, 40, sometimes 50. From dawn until well after dusk, one boat after another, moving through the lock in an endless, steady stream. The work was repetitive. We've described it before. Open the gate, let the boat in. Close the gate, open the paddles. Watch the water rise or fall. Open the opposite gate, let the boat out. Close the gate, wait for the next boat. Again and again and again. The lockkeeper's hands grew calloused from pushing the balance beams. Their back ached from bending to the paddle gear. Their eyes grew tired from watching the water, the gates, the boats. But this was the work. This was the season. This was when the canal was most itself, a living, working transportation route, carrying goods and people across the landscape. Summer days were long, 14 hours, 16 hours, sometimes more. The lock keeper might start at 5 in the morning and not finish until 9 at night, or later if boats kept coming. There was no overtime pay, no time and a half, just the same modest salary, whether you worked 10 hours or 16. But the keeper had known this was when they took the job. Summer meant long days. It always had. It always would. As summer faded into autumn, the traffic began to slow. Not suddenly, not dramatically, just gradually. Fewer boats each day, more time between them. The days grew shorter, the air cooled. The leaves on the trees along the towpath turned gold and red and brown, then fell into the canal. The lock keeper spent more time clearing debris, fishing out leaves with a long pole, again and again. The garden was harvested, potatoes dug up and stored in the cellar, cabbages cut and salted or pickled, beans dried, preparing for winter. The work was still steady through autumn, but quieter, calmer. There was time to do the maintenance that had been postponed during the busy summer. Time to paint a gate, replace a worn timber, remortar loose stones on the lock wall. The lock keeper could feel the year winding down, moving toward rest, toward winter. And then winter came, and the canal slept. In colder regions, the canal froze solid. Ice covered the water, sometimes thick enough to walk on. No boats could move. The navigation season was officially closed. The lock keeper stayed home. The lock stood empty and silent. Snow might cover the gates, the towpath, the lock house roof. But even in winter, there was work. Not operating a lock, that could wait until spring, but other work, important work. The keeper had to manage water levels, had to make sure the canal didn't overflow during winter rains or snowmelt, had to open weirs, adjust overflow gates, let excess water drain away. Because winter flooding could damage the embankments, could wash out sections of the towpath, could undermine the lock walls. So the keeper watched, checked the water levels regularly, made adjustments. They also did repairs. Winter was the time for the big jobs, replacing a gate if one was too damaged or to repair, rebuilding a section of lock wall, overhauling the paddle mechanisms, work that was difficult or impossible to do while boats were passing through constantly. Sometimes the canal company would send work crews to help, carpenters, masons, but the lock keeper was always involved, overseeing, assisting, making sure the work was done right. In milder regions, where the canal didn't freeze, winter was simply the quiet season. A few boats still moved. A few boats still needed to pass through. But the pace was slow, gentle. The keeper had time to breathe, time to sit by the fire, time to repair tools and mend clothes, and do all the small tasks that had been neglected during the busy months. Winter was rest. as much rest as a lockkeeper ever got. And so the seasons turned, spring to summer, to autumn, to winter, and back to spring again. Year after year, the same rhythm, the same cycle. A lockkeeper might live through this cycle 20 times, 30 times, 40 times, each year much like the last. Small differences, a wetter summer, a harder winter, more boats one year, fewer the next, but fundamentally the same. There was comfort in this, predictability, knowing what was coming, knowing your work, knowing your place. But over longer stretches of time, over decades, things did change, slowly, quietly, but inevitably. In the 20th century, some canals began to automate their locks, installing electric motors to open the gates, hydraulic systems to operate the paddles, control panels with buttons and switches instead of balance beams and paddle gear. At first, this happened at just a few locks, the busiest ones, the ones where traffic was heaviest, and the old manual systems created bottlenecks. But gradually, automation spread. More locks, more canals, and automated locks didn't need full-time lockkeepers. They needed occasional maintenance, someone to check the motors, keep the systems running, but not someone living there, not someone standing by all day, every day. So lockkeeper positions were eliminated, not all at once, but gradually. As locks were automated, keepers were let go, or they retired and weren't replaced. Families who had lived beside locks for generations moved away, moved to towns, found other work. The lock houses stood empty. Even more significant than automation was the simple fact that traffic on many canals declined dramatically. Railroads came, faster, more efficient, able to carry more goods more quickly. Then trucks came, highways, roads connecting every town, every city. The canals couldn't compete. They were slow. They froze in winter. They required constant maintenance. And gradually, businesses stopped using them. Fewer boats meant less need for lockkeepers. A lock that once saw 40 boats a day might see 10, then 5, then 1, then none. And then when the boats stopped coming, the lockkeeper's job disappeared. In Ireland, the change was stark. At the peak of the canal era, there were more than 130 lockkeepers working on the Grand Canal, the Royal Canal, and the Barrow Navigation. 130 families living beside locks, opening gates, watching the water. But recent years, that number had dropped to about 14. 14 lockkeepers out of more than 100. The rest were gone, the lock houses empty or sold, or converted to holiday homes, or simply left to decay. You can still see them if you travel along the Irish canals today. Stone cottages beside silent locks, windows dark, gardens overgrown. The lock's still there, still functional, but operated now by the boaters themselves, or by occasional maintenance workers, or not at all. The same story played out on canals across Europe and America. The C&O Canal stopped operating entirely in 1924. 74 lockhouses, 74 families, all gone within a few years. Some lockhouses were sold, some were abandoned, some eventually became historical sites, preserved and restored. But they were no longer homes, no longer centers of work and life. This is how things ended for most lockkeepers. Not dramatically, not with fanfare or tragedy, just gradually, slowly. The work diminished. The boats stopped coming. The job disappeared. Families moved on, found other work. The children of lockkeepers grew up and became something else. Farmers, factory workers, shopkeepers. They didn't pass the lock on to the next generation because there was no lock to pass on, no job to inherit. It was sad, perhaps, an ending, the close of a way of life that had lasted for centuries. But it happened slowly enough that it didn't feel catastrophic, just inevitable. The world was changing, moving faster, moving differently. And the canals, the locks, the lock keepers, they were part of an older, slower world. A world that was gently fading. But not everything was lost. Some canals survived, repurposed, no longer for commerce, but for recreation, for tourists, for people who wanted to experience a slower pace, to drift along quiet waterways, passing through old locks, seeing the landscape from the deck of a narrow boat. And on these canals, lockkeepers remain, fewer, different, often volunteers, but still there, still helping boats through, still watching the water rise and fall. The work continues, quieter, smaller, but unbroken. The seasons still turn, spring to summer, to autumn, to winter. The water still flows, the locks still function, and somewhere, someone stands beside a lock, waiting, watching, tending. The tradition continues, changed, diminished, but alive. Let's return now to the lock, to a quiet evening. The sun is setting. The sky is soft with color, pale orange, gentle pink, deepening blue. The lockkeeper stands beside the water, waiting for the last boat of the day. In the distance, you can hear it. The soft clip-clop of a horse on the towpath. The creak of a boat moving slowly through still water, coming closer, taking its time. There's no hurry. There never was. The keeper has been here all day, since before dawn, opening gates, watching water rise and fall, guiding boats through, one after another. The same movements, again and again. Their hands know the work without thinking. The weight of the balance beam, the resistance of the paddle gear, the sound the water makes as it flows through the sluices. The boat arrives. The keeper nods to the boatman. No words are needed. They've done this countless times before. The lock is ready. The water level is right. The gate swings open. The boat glides in, settling into the chamber between the stone walls. The gate closes behind it with a soft thud. The keeper opens the paddles. Water begins to flow. The boat rises slowly or falls slowly. It doesn't matter which. The process is the same. Patient, steady, inevitable. The keeper watches, not anxiously, just watching, making sure everything is as it should be. And it is. It always is. The water level equalizes. The opposite gate opens. The boat drifts out, back onto the open canal. The horse starts walking again. The boat glides away into the gathering dusk. The keeper closes the gate, checks the lock one final time. Everything is secure. Everything is in order. They walk back slowly to the lockhouse. Smoke rises from the chimney. Someone inside has lit the lamps, started preparing the evening meal. The keeper can smell bread, soup, warmth, and home. Tomorrow they'll do this again. The same walk to the lock in the early morning. The same inspection of the gates. The same boats. The same water rising and falling. Day after day. Season after season. Year after year. This was the life of a lockkeeper. This quiet, repetitive, essential work. They weren't famous. They weren't celebrated. Their names don't appear in history books. No monuments were built to honor them. They simply did the work. Opened the gates. Let the water in. Let the water out. Kept the canal functioning. Kept boats moving. Kept the machinery of commerce and connection alive. Thousands of them over the centuries. On canals all across the world. Each one tending a single lock. A single stretch of water. A small bounded piece of the world that they knew completely. It was humble work, but it mattered. The boats depended on them. The cargo depended on them. The travelers, the merchants, the families aboard the boats, all depended on these quiet figures standing beside the locks, ready to help them through. And they were always there, always ready, always patient. If you're still awake, listening to this, you don't need to remember any of it. You don't need to hold on to the facts, the names, the numbers. They're not important. Not now. This was just a story. A gentle story about quiet places and patient people and water moving slowly through the landscape. If any of it stays with you, that's fine. If it all drifts away, that's fine too. What matters is that you're here, resting, letting your mind slow down, letting your body relax, letting sleep come if it wants to come. The lockkeeper will stay on watch while you rest. They always do. They're still there, in a way. Still standing beside the water. Still opening the gates. Still watching the boats pass through. They don't need you to be awake. They don't need you to pay attention. Their work continues, steady, reliable, patient. And you can let go now. Let yourself drift, like a boat on still water, moving slowly, gently, toward rest, toward sleep. Picture the canal in darkness, the moon reflected on the surface, the lock gates closed for the night, the water perfectly still. No boats are coming now, no horns calling in the distance, just silence, just peace. The lock house is dark except for one window, a single candle burning, and then even that goes out. The lock keeper is sleeping now, the way you should be sleeping, the way you will be sleeping if you're not already. The canal is quiet, the lock is quiet, the whole world is quiet. Just water, just stone, just the gentle movement of air across the surface of water. Everything is still, everything is calm, everything is exactly as it should be. You might already be asleep. Your breathing might already be slow and deep and steady. Your mind might already be far away, drifting through dreams. Or you might still be here, half listening, half aware, somewhere between waking and sleeping, and that's perfectly fine. There's nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to do, nothing you need to remember. Just rest, just breathe, just let the words wash over you like water, like the water in the lock, rising slowly, lifting you gently, carrying you towards sleep. The lock keeper is there, watching, waiting, keeping everything safe. And you can sleep now. You can rest. The water is rising or falling. It doesn't matter which. You're floating, drifting, safe. The gates will open when it's time, but not yet. Not yet. For now, just the water, just the gentle sound of it, just the feeling of being held, being carried, being safe. Sleep now. The lock keeper is watching. The water is still, and all is well. All is well. All is well.